Hi, friends. Hi, Tanika. No, ma'am, you're not late at all. We just started. Just started. So, we do have someone to celebrate in the chat today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, sweet spins. Happy birthday to you. And many more on Channel 4. And all the rest on CBS. Happy birthday, sweet Spinsy. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Good morning, everybody. Hey, hey. Hey, Miss King, good morning. Good morning, sweet Sherry. And Kel. Good morning, sweet Spins. Yeah, make sure that you guys leave a thumbs up when you come in the door. I would appreciate it. Hello, sweet Tanika. Hello. Good morning, Morgana Banana. Aw. Scooby Doo on Channel 2. That's so cute. Mm. Happy birthday, Spence. I hope you have a great day, ma'am. I hope you have a great day. All right, so we have not much really planned for today. I thought that we would do a little bit of court. Some people call it court hopping, trial hopping. I think early in the day, back months and months ago, we called it trial peeping, like peeping in on the different trials, Steph, hey, girly. Hey, girl. She says, my ladies. Yay. Yay. Good to see you, Steph. Hold on, I gotta get a swig of hot coffee while it's nice and hot. Oh. All right. So, going to do a little bit of trial peeping today. I think there's only a couple that I'm aware of that's current at the moment. One of them is the Jason Chin trial. He killed his girlfriend. And then we have another one. Looks like West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. Apparently, this chick is accused of killing her husband by poisoning him with insulin in 2019. This is initially charged with first-degree murder in 2019. The charges were later dismissed until new evidence emerged in the case. If convicted, she could face life in prison. So, Steph says, hi, y'all, missed you. I'm getting ready to pick up Ryan after an army tooth extraction. An army tooth? What's an army tooth? What's an army tooth extraction? So I'm listening while I get ready. Kel's trying the white chocolate creamer from Starbucks. Pretty good, but you only need a little bit. Yum. Kel or Steph likes the white chocolate syrup from Tarani. I guess I gotta save the frog logs for when Margaret's around. Yeah, Margaret's probably like, wait, what? Because I haven't been starting this early for a while, but today was the first day that kiddo had her virtual school like on time because we've had so much snow that they've been on 2 hour delays like every day since they went back. So today we started early. Yeah, Morgana and me we're like, what's an army tooth? Steph says an army tooth extraction is when the army dentist does it so they can practice medicine like the Middle Ages. Okay. Okay. Kel wants to try the syrup. I bought one of those cans of, I think it's from International Delight. It's the can like Ready Whip, but it's cold foam. Salted caramel, I think. Ooh, it's really good. It's really good. Just numbing injections, no anesthetic otherwise, and leave them bleeding everywhere without even bothering to pack it. Oh my God. At least it's not a leggy tooth. You guys, one time my poor mom, God love her heart, she went to have a tooth pulled, okay? And it was like a jaw tooth, right? I think. And the dentist couldn't get it to come out, right? He pulled and pulled and pulled and pulled and pulled and pulled and pulled. And the days following, she was like bruised. Her whole face looked like she'd been beat about the face and neck. And come to find out that the root of that tooth was like wrapped around her jawbone. Yeah. Crazy. Oh no, Ryan said something the other day that made me think of Chegs. So I'm now thinking of Chegs. Cheesy eggs. Cheesy eggs. I know, Kel, right? My poor mama. Well, I mean, her whole face, she looked like she had been met somebody in a dark alley, you know? I mean, oh my God. What, baby? What? What? Kiddo's hollering at me. All right, so we're going to trial hop a little bit today. And, hold on a second. She's not, I know what it is. She wants something on her tablet, and I shut the door just long enough to get the intro part of this, like say the highs and hellos, and then I can turn my camera off here in a minute and then, let her kind of come in and out as she pleases. But she's being the most today. I miss hearing that voice. Mom, 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 mommy, mom, right? All right. So and let me just say, I want to share this because I cannot with this guy. Let me share this real quick. Share the screen. Which one is it? It is this one. You guys, I'm going to give you. Tell me in the chat right now if this man puts you in the mind of anybody that we have seen on TV. Does he, just looking at him right there and in that stance that he's in and his belly and his hair and the jacket, does he put you in the mind of anybody in particular right now? Because as soon as I saw this man, I had visions in my head of someone in particular. No, Steph, but I could see that. I could see Al Pacino too. Miss King nailed it. Miss King nailed it. Yes, 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 yes. I live in a van down by the river. Yes. SNL, Chris Farley, the counselor. Yes. 100%. Like, I'm waiting on this guy to fall through a coffee table at any moment and start pulling up his britches, like, that's what I'm waiting on. Spins, honey. I love SNL, but I love old SNL. After Chris Farley and that generation came through, that's it for me. I don't watch new SNL. It's not any good, in my opinion. But, oh my God. I know, watch me get a copyright strike just for quoting it. Well, but it's not even just that particular skit, Steph. It's that particular character. He looks like that character. And that character, Chris Farley plays that character like every week. You would see him. That's exact. Miss King, when she said that, I was like, yes. 50-year anniversary next month for SNL. Are you serious? Wow. You remember the good old days when Eddie Murphy was on there? Dan Aykroyd. Oh, you never saw that character, Steph. So good. And don't ask me to play it because I played SNL skits on the channel back a few months ago. And instantly, like, YouTube was like, no. And they didn't even, like, email me or nothing. They literally just, took the video down. I was like, oh. So, they don't play. Yeah, those were the days, Morgana. Those were the good days. What was it called Eddie Murphy played that it wasn't Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. What was it called? The church lady, right? Oh, it wasn't called Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. It was like but he was like Mr. Rogers, but not the good Mr. Rogers. You know what I mean? Oh no, something in my Walmart order is not available. Daggone it. Hold on, let me go see what's not available. Some items in your order are not available. Right, Morgana. Could it be Satan? Dana Carvey. Shanae. Oh my gosh, I remember Shanae. Mm. Hold on, let me see what's. Oh no. Will it let me substitute it or is it too late? Daggone. Hold on, folks. I gotta put my old CNI glasses on. It was Mr. Robinson, was Eddie Murphy. Okay. Uh. Oh no, happy birthday to me. My fridge is not fridging. Oh no, Spins. Well, I ordered some Dove body scrubby polish stuff and it says it's not available. And I want to substitute it with something else because my skin is so dry and I ran out of my body sugar scrub stuff and I need more, like now. Good morning, Michelle. Oh no, Michelle says our dryer is not drying. That's not good. Okay, hold on. I need to go to substitutions. Substitutions. Sorry, you guys. Da 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 da. Carry on, my wayward son. There'll be work when you are done. Well, I didn't want two. If I can't have one, then why is this as telling me to add? Stupid. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh. It's not even saying. Oh, maybe it's a smaller. I don't think so though, because it was right there where the substitution or where it was telling me it wasn't in stock. But then it says add. I clicked on it and then it was like, let me go to my email, see if it gives me a different. Oh, it says, and we didn't have substitutions for them. You won't be charged for this item. Well, that's alright, I guess. I'll have to order it the next time. Poopy pants. Poopy pants. Might be able to scrub a little bit more up out of the little jar that I have in the shower. One more time. Michelle is super caffeinated today. Watch out. Hey, Kelly. Good to see you. Michelle hits the dryer with a mallet, like Wile E. Coyote. Ah. Oh, wait. Steph says, my appliances are working okay, but my brain is not braining and my sanity is not sanitying. I did okay. Add water to the empty bottle. I know, I've done that. And I done, it's not the, what I got is in a bottle, it's in a tub. A sugar scrub tub, you know. It was fun. Sanitying. Oh, God. Yeah. Spins whatever you do. Don't get your, you know what, stuck under the fridge. Fancy. Fancy pantsy. Mm-hmm. Fancy pantsy. All right. So, what say you guys? Do we want to, since we're going to do a little bit of court hopping today, what do you think of watching opening statements for this trial? I think that Law and Crime is calling it the husband poisoned murder trial, but then on Court TV they're calling it the Ponzi something. I don't. I've heard about this case, but I don't really know what the Ponzi scheme was. Do you? I thought maybe we could watch the opening statements for this one and the Jason Chin one, and just kind of mill it around a little bit and see what we think of each of them. No, but probably selling Mary Kay. Ay, ay, ay. Mm-mm-mm. All right, that's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Chun 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 chun. Oops, wrong stream there. Shanae. By the way, Steph, you said Shanae earlier. One of my sisters, not Mickey, the other one, that's her nickname for me is Shanae. Shanae. All right. Why is it not doing what I need it to do? Martin. Miss King says, I've heard of it too. She has already pleaded to taking money for a business that did not exist. Oh, okay. Let me. Day one. Day one. Ba 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 dum. Ba 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 da ba da bum. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Ba dum ba ba dum. Ba dum ba dum ba dum bum. I'm going to X out of that. Now let me come back over here. Hey, Gail. Good to see you. Hey, Margaret. Michelle said 2 glasses freaked me out. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Why can I not? There we go. That's the button I need. Huh? Margaret, if you're not looking at the chat, okay, you already seen it. Because Steph just screamed frog log out at you. Ha ha ha. All right. So this is day 1. I figure we can watch, like I said, the opening statements for this. And sort of get an idea. I like to do that. I like to watch the opening statements for when there's like 2 or 3 different trials going on at the same time. I like to watch the opening statements for each of them so that I can get an idea of what the trial is going to be about. Hey, Kelly. Did Kelly pop in? I thought Kelly popped in a while ago. I could be wrong. Oh, I bet, Kelly. I remember when the Night Stalker was happening, I had just moved to California and was terrified.
Honorable H. Chucker Patrick III, Judge of the Circuit Court of Raleigh County, is now sitting. You may be seated.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran, and it is case number CC-41.
His hair is giving me Judge Wapner vibes.
-2023-F-343K. The record should reflect that all parties remain in place. The defendant is present. Let me explain to counsel and the defendant that we already have a juror problem.
Juror.
Ms. Bays in the clerk's office received in her junk mail an email from Ashley Evans. If you remember, she is juror number 3, whom we interrogated lengthily yesterday. I will not read the entirety of this email, but basically she says,
Oh my God, Ryder Phil Donahue. Uh-huh. Hey, Rosebud. Trying to look like a nun, Michelle, right? Mm-hmm.
that she's not coming. She has no reliable transportation. She said that her son has special needs and he is on virtual school and she can find no one to watch him or keep a fire. She has psychological issues and she is going to see Dr. Jaffrey today or tomorrow. And lastly, she talked to someone about the case on her way home against the court's instruction. So obviously she has done everything she can to remove herself from the jury.
Rosebud, who is that? Who is that? Hey, P. Lola. Yeah, she really wanted out. She got psychological problems, a kiddo with special needs, virtual schooling, and she has to have somebody to keep the fire going. No worries, P. Lola, honey. Work and lurk. I'm glad you're here. Oh, he's a broadcaster? Who? The Bob Uecker? I don't know who that is. I'm going to Google it right now. Bob. Oh, from Milwaukee. He looks familiar. Oh. Baseball player, it says. American professional baseball catcher who served as the primary broadcaster for the Milwaukee Brewers of the Major League Baseball for 54 seasons. Hmm. He was 90 years old. A huge staple in our town. Rosebud, I'm sorry. That sucks. Aw, Gail. Hmm. Big part of my growing up for my dad watching sports. Yeah, face is very familiar, right? I remember his face. Wow. Mm-mm. All right, well, let's check this one out.
Ordinarily, I would consider sending the bailiff out to retrieve her and bring her in, but under the circumstances, I don't think we want to have her as a juror in this case. And it looks like we will have to use alternate number one to step up and become one of our regular jurors. Now throw that out to see if you have any objections or suggestions. And from the state, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, it's unfortunate that we are using a 1 of 3 so early, but that's why they're there.
That's true. Mr. Victor?
I think that bringing this juror in would be what I usually call an exercise in futility. I think we need to use an alternate juror.
All right, and that's the court's view as well. Again, ordinarily, I would at least bring her in, chastise her, and perhaps even find her in contempt. Not because she has these problems, of course, but because she did not tell us about these issues that she had, and she has had a perfect opportunity to explain to us that she had difficulties. We were very cooperative and very considerate yesterday, and when prospective jurors had issues, we accommodated them as best as we could. So I propose to elevate alternate number one, who is James Casey Bailey, to regular juror status. All right, are there any further matters that we need to discuss? And I'll turn to you first, Mr. Truman.
Okay, Your Honor.
Oh, no,
this would be
dog
before
mom.
the first witness, but we have some 2 limits.
No, 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 no. She says, I'm here to say hello, lovely chat. On my way to the doctor's office, I'm afraid I may have pneumonia. Mm-mm-mm. Well, update us and let us know what they find out. Prayers, honey. Prayers, prayers, prayers. Kelly. Mm. Well, but it's not. No, he's the defense. Yeah, you guys throw some hearts, some more hearts and love and prayer hands into the chat for Miss Dog Mom. And hold on, I have to check my Walmart thing again. Um You guys see, you have to go back to the very beginning. Go back to the very beginning, because as soon as you see, if you scroll back and then scroll to the part where you see me bring the screen up, you can see how it, you can see that I said, I'll give you guys one guess who this guy looks like. And Miss King nailed it. Yes. Absolutely, Dog Mom. I hate that you don't feel good. It does, right? Look like Matt Foley. P. Lola. It's the heavy set guy on the defense side, over to the right. That's right here. This guy right here. When he stands up, do you remember SNL, back when Chris Farley was on SNL and he played that motivational speaker? Yeah, Kelly. He commuted from his van down by the river. Yeah, that's who he looks like. It's so funny because we just had that conversation at the beginning of the stream. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Wait till he stands up and you see his belly and his arms and just his stance. It's so funny.
Limiting instructions that the state anticipates referencing in the exhibit. I thought I'd present those to the court.
That's right. Great that you have the limiting instructions, since I don't have a secretary anymore.
That's conflict with the defense and
All right.
also, can we turn this off instead of the jurors staring at the word searching all the time? We can turn it on
Sure.
when we meet. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That was very.
I don't want you to tip your hand for the court's benefit. Who will be your first witness? And I assume it will be a 404B witness.
Robert Heinzman.
Okay.
No, the defense knows today's lineup, so that's not a problem. We told them who we were calling today.
All right. And Mr. Victor, you've looked over the limiting instruction.
I have. There probably needs to be one little change. There's
Okay, what is it?
in the 404B, rather than the second line to prove his character would be probably to prove her character.
Okay.
He has a very strong accent, but I can't tell what the accent is. Can you? I can't tell what his accent is, where he's from.
I would spell who's differently in the instruction.
Now, wait a minute.
That's a minutia.
Is that the only correction you'd ask?
No, he doesn't sound like Matt Foley at all.
All right, I'll certainly make that. Anything from the defense, Mr. Victor or Mr. Sullivan?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury, please.
Pilolis is German. See, I think he sounds like
I'll
a
stand
little
for everyone. I'll explain to the jury why you folks are not.
Russian. But I don't know. I don't know. Kelly said he sounds like a Muppet. Morgana said he sounds like Dracula. She doesn't look like a murderer, does she? Now that we're talking about SNL characters, she kind of looks like Tina Fey. Oh my God. Are we watching SNL right now? Is that what we're doing? Evil doesn't have a face, unfortunately. Her husband, Rosebud. Her husband. Allegedly, she murdered him with, poisoned him with insulin. This is in West Virginia. That attorney, the Chris Farley looking one, he don't look like him at all in the face. But man, when he stands up, just his posture.
Anywhere you're no longer numbers, your names. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope that you slept well and you ate a wonderful breakfast at Bob Evans or someplace. And
Bob
you're
Evans.
Ready to go. Let me explain some things to you. I will always stand for you in your honor. I have instructed the attorneys and the parties not to stand, not because I particularly don't want them to.
Rosebud, I know.
There's no use for them.
I literally
said,
said,
down and
oh my God, all I need for him to do is to like do the whole pulling his pants up on both sides, you know. If he does that, I'll lose it too. I will flat fall right out of my chair.
Stand for everyone. We have had a difficulty with one of your own. Ms. Ashley Evans has had some problems this morning, and she cannot serve as a juror in this case. She's had some extreme difficulties. This is why we have alternate jurors. Alternate juror number 1 is James Casey Bailey. Where are you, Mr. Bailey? Congratulations.
Really?
You are elevated at this moment to regular juror status. You are no longer an alternate. You will be a regular juror with the rest of the 11 regular jurors. Now, yesterday we were rushed. We went late, and I know that some of you folks had to get home to family and other obligations, so I did not get to give you.
He just said that whole guy's name. I mean, and the woman, but she's not serving. So, meh. But the dude, the other one, the whole name. His whole, like QB says, government name. Rosebud, the first juror that couldn't make it, she said something about she has a kid with special needs. They're doing virtual schooling. She has mental health issues, and she was the only one that could keep the fire going. So apparently she don't have anybody there to keep the fire going. Right, he should have just, and he did say the number, but then he goes full on out and says the whole name too. Maniac.
My brief spiel. I will do it now. We will try to start promptly at 9 o'clock every day. I will ask you to be in your jury room a little bit before 9 o'clock. I will have donuts for you of the finest caliber. I will have coffee for you as well.
Ooh, donuts and coffee.
We will break for lunch. Break. Sometimes I have to go a little bit after.
They do every once in a while. Where'd Spence comment go? Oh, it wasn't Spence, it's Kelly. I've never seen a judge use a juror's name before. I have.
Before, to go to any of the local restaurants. If you have ready access to your car, you can drive to.
They're not supposed to, but
restaurants or one of the restaurants here in town. We have Upland Soul that's just right next to the annex and also the dish. And I can get you some menus even if you wish to order ahead of time and have your lunch ready. If you want to brown bag it and bring your own lunch, you're welcome to do that. And you can stay in your jury room and enjoy your lunch that you make yourself. If you want to not
and
have
this
lunch
prosecutor,
at all,
I don't know if she's, but she's at the prosecution table right there. She's given me what's her name? Adams. Is it Wednesday Adams or something like that? No, wait, what's the daughter's name? It's Wednesday, ain't it? She's giving me Wednesday Adams vibes. You guys tell me. Is it Wednesday? Right, Kelly? I know.
Or something I wouldn't advise. You're welcome to do that. You can walk around town as long as it's not 11 degrees out there. Or you can stay in your jury room or whatever you wish because your lunchtime is your time and you can relax in any way that you want to. Yesterday was sort of an anomaly. We wanted to get the jury seated and you folks can.
Oh, wait. Your wallet. The one that you lost the credit card and had to cancel everything? When you were Christmas shopping? Is that what you found? Miss King said it's one of the days. I thought Tuesday. Well, I was having trouble with, I was like, is it Wednesday or is it Sunday? Hair was dyed black and is growing out brown. She looks like she belongs in Slytherin. Miss King says, I have to know where. Patricia said, yes. Where was it? Where was it?
Surprise the jury. And so we wanted to go late rather than to bring everybody back in. Because not only did we have you folks, we had 40-some other people in another courtroom waiting. And we wanted to send those folks home that would not be chosen for this trial. And we wanted to get you all situated. So that's why we stayed late yesterday. I don't anticipate that we will be doing that
How'd
in the
that
future
happen,
unless,
Patricia?
I consult with you and everybody's okay with it and we want to get a witness in or get something taken care of. I don't permit note-taking by my jurors, and several have already asked me about that. And that is from experience. I'm an old guy and I've been doing this for a while. And I have observed over time that some folks become distracted when their partner sitting next to them is busily making a transcript and taking down every word that's spoken in the courtroom. So I decided to refrain from allowing my jurors
I hate
to
those.
take notes so that you folks could rely on your memories and just watch and not be a slave to a pen and paper. As I explained to you before,
Okay, Judge, let's go.
and folks will ask you questions. If you are one, they might approach you and they're cordial to you. They might wave or nod to you, but they're not going to be there because they have so that you can take a smoke break
Well, now I can't stand it that she looks like Tina Fey,
when
because I like
appropriate.
Tina Fey.
And I think that's about it. I don't have very many rules. They're pretty simple. I urge my jurors to be friendly with each other, get to know each other. You all are very nice people. You can talk about anything under the sun except for this case. So if you want to talk about sports or politics or the weather or anything else, feel free to do so. You can talk about
okay.
your families, you can share pictures or whatever you want to do, but just do not talk about this case, and in particular, don't talk about the judge, because I'm very sensitive about that. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have a formal instruction that I need to read to you, and it's more or less some of the same, but I need to make a record in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a trial must be conducted in accordance with the law of the land. This is what we call a criminal trial, because an indictment has been returned.
All right, we can
against
skip
the
past this part. I
defendant,
want to get to the.
charging her with first-degree murder. An indictment, however, is not evidence of anything. Your oath requires these statements are neither arguments nor evidence and should not be considered by you as such. You should give the lawyers present its opening statement. Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, before we begin, on behalf of everyone at the defense table, there is an extremely bright light behind you. I don't know if it's a reflection off of something, but it's very distracting from this point of view, and we're having trouble even concentrating. I believe it's a reflection off of a screen to your right.
Yes. This one?
Yes.
This right here?
Yes.
It's this, Judge.
What is it?
If it could be tilted or
Okay.
something.
Is there anything we can do about that? Is that going to affect
That's much better. Thank you.
broadcast media that we have here?
Fine, Judge.
And I can turn up these lights a little bit.
That was the problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, now, Mr. Truman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Okay, here we go with the prosecution's
On February the
opening.
5th of 2019, Michael Cochran was a 200-pound, healthy 38-year-old man. By midday of February 6th of 2019, he had lost consciousness and he would never regain consciousness. He died in hospice care 5 days later, February 11th of 2019. How could this happen? Why did it happen? For an answer to that, look no further than this defendant's conduct. As you were told, the state has no direct evidence, the kind of stuff that makes TV shows exciting, the kind of stuff prosecutors love, jurors love. There is no DNA. There is no evidence of fingerprints. There are no videos of what happened. But, as Judge Kirkpatrick will instruct you at the end of this, circumstantial evidence is just as valid as that type of direct and scientific evidence. And there is a ton of evidence of this defendant's guilt. All circumstantial. So how did this happen? How did this healthy 38-year-old man go into a state of unconsciousness and never come back from that? On the morning of February 6th of 2019, this defendant advised her friend and neighbor, Jennifer Davis, that she had been sick all night, 103-degree temperature. And she had previously advised that she had cancer and was under chemo treatment. And that chemo treatment, the effects of which were somewhat negated by insulin. There were no diabetics in the Cochran house. And there's no evidence that this defendant was taking insulin to counteract anything. But Jennifer Davis, being a good friend and the mother of a child who was a severe diabetic, had insulin. The defendant knew that. Jennifer Davis, being a good friend, sends her husband with insulin to the defendant's house that morning. About noonish, one way or the other, Michael Cochran collapses in the Cochran house kitchen. Now, the defendant gives various versions of what she saw, what she heard, and what she did, but there's no question that he was unconscious by about 12:20 or so. How do we know that? She took a picture of him and sent that picture to a number of people, showing him in a collapsed state in their kitchen. Did she call 911? No. Did she load him into a car and take him to the yard? No. What did she do? She called 2 construction guys that worked for her. They took Michael Cochran from the kitchen floor and put him on the couch, where he would remain for the rest of the day, some at least 6 hours or so. That's an unusual reaction for somebody to take with their spouse. She did, in addition to calling the construction workers, you'll hear from him, Jason Bowen, who helped move
Hey, Donnie.
Mr. Cochran to the couch.
Good to see you,
Called a
friend.
trooper friend of theirs, J.D. Hamilton. J.D. Hamilton came to the Cochran residence. He saw Michael on the couch. Michael was not conscious, and he was concerned.
He looks more like
J.D.
Bob
Hamilton
Barker
is
to me than he
married to
does Bob
Stephanie
Newhart.
Hamilton, and she is a physician's assistant. They get some medical attention. Stephanie Hamilton came to the house. She looks at Michael Cochran, and she tells her he needs to be checked. Did the defendant do that? No. Let him lay on the couch. Roughly 3 hours later, things have deteriorated to the point where Michael loses control of his bladder and urinates on himself. Did that event trigger any action by the defendant? Did it seek medical care for her husband, who's on the couch and unconscious now for a number of hours? No. She and her sister changed his clothes and left him on the couch. By 6-ish or so that evening, Michael's best friend, Chris Davis, comes to the house. Chris Davis takes charge. He says, "We're going to the hospital." The defense says, "Oh, he don't want to go, he don't want to go." Of course, nobody could ask him because he was unconscious. Chris Davis says, "We're taking him to the hospital." They do. They go to Raleigh General Hospital. But the damage has been done. You'll hear from a couple of doctors to explain the significance, but for now, just keep these numbers in mind. According to the defendant, Michael Cochran's blood glucose level was in the 140s during the day. She reports that to a couple people. He gets to Raleigh General Hospital, and it was 21.
Oh my God.
21. That may mean nothing to you right now, but keep that number in mind. Now, Michael Cochran's mom was 10 minutes from his house. She's a retired, registered nurse. Did the defendant contact her? Oh, she did, about 10 o'clock that night by text, saying, they're going to have to take Michael from Raleigh General to CAMC. All the opportunities to get help to this man, and she took none of them. After being in CAMC for a few days, he's transferred to hospice. He's there roughly 5 hours and dies. His cause of death was damage to his brain caused by insulin. You'll know that because a couple of doctors will testify. A Dr. Uribe and a Dr. Krieger will tell you how the effects of insulin basically destroyed this man's brain. Glenda Epperly, an experienced RN and a hospice nurse, said she had never seen a body come out of hospice that looked so
Oh
good.
no, what did Kel
This
do?
is a healthy man until she did him in.
Did somebody accidentally boot?
That answers the how.
Did somebody accidentally boot Donnie out? I was wondering why Steph said poor Donnie. And then Margaret, I didn't do it. Trying to crawl out from under 160 pounds of dog. Oh no, Kelly. Did anybody get Kel back in? How do you get rid of a... Hold on. Did you guys get Donnie back? Or nah? Not yet. Hold on, Donnie. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. I have to go to my channel. Oh, there she is. She says hello. Okay, she was hidden and then unhidden. She's back. That's so funny. Kel probably has no idea she even did it. She probably grabbed her phone and accidentally, Cute. All right, here we go. I'm glad you're back, Donnie. It was all accidental.
Why would this happen? And why would it happen when it happened? Well,
There
as
we
the
go. I knew
defense
it,
counsel
Kel.
informed you,
Kel said I was driving. Kel's probably driving and listening, and she's like, oh my God. Oh God, what have I done? Says I hit her and then unhit her. I was driving and must have done something. Sorry, Donnie. No worries, Kel.
during questioning, the defendant had run a
That's so
Ponzi
funny.
scheme, a big one, where millions of dollars were taken from friends, relatives, local professionals. As many deceptions and lies as were told to her victims of the Ponzi scheme, Michael Cochran was told just as many. He did not know what was going on, but he was determined to find out.
God, Kelly.
And people were saying, hi.
Kelly says, good grief. Sleeping with a Great Dane is like sleeping with a drunk octopus trying to find its car keys. Yeah, that's funny. Kel said exactly. I was praying for a red light for once. Oh my God. One time I accidentally got permanently banned from one of my favorite subreddits and I was in tears. I know the same would be true if I got bumped from the Crime Cafe. Aw. Well, thankfully over here it wouldn't be permanent, you know? There's nothing permanent about, YouTube. Gail's like, welcome to the club. Oh my God. All right, here we go.
Hey, we invested in your company in this plan, and we're not getting our money back. And he was frustrated. He was very frustrated.
I've got to rewind this because I missed this part about the money. The last thing I remember was hearing him talk about the diabetes, the insulin, and his blood sugar.
Roughly 3 hours later, things have deteriorated to the point where Michael loses control of his bladder.
Sorry,
and
guys.
urinates on himself. Did that event trigger any action by the defendant? Did it seek medical care for her husband, who's on the couch and unconscious now for a number of hours? No. She and her sister changed his clothes and left him on the couch. By 6-ish or so that evening, Michael's best friend.
Oh,
Chris
that's when
Date,
the friend comes, okay? And
course,
he
nobody could
forces
ask him
him to go to
because
the
he-
hospital. His
Yeah.
sugar was 21.
You'll hear from a couple of doctors to explain the significance, but for now, just keep these numbers in mind. According to the defendant, Michael Cochran's blood glucose level.
Kel, honey, I hope you have an amazing day today. Have an amazing, amazing day. She says, walking into work so everyone will be safe from me this morning. We'll never be safe. We have Margaret here. Nobody's safe. But you have a great day at work, Kel, okay? Have a great day at work. We love you.
Was in the 140s during the day. She reports that to a couple people. He gets to Raleigh.
She purports that because 140 is a normal blood sugar reading, right? It's untelling what his reading actually was during the day.
General Hospital, and it was 21.
21.
21. That meaning nothing to you right now, but keep that number in mind. Now, Michael Cochran's mom was 10 minutes from his house. She's a retired,
nurse.
registered nurse. Did the defendant contact her? Oh, she did. About 10 o'clock that night by text saying, they're going to have to take Michael from Raleigh General to CAMC. All the opportunities to get help to this man. And she
They snuck the whole money business thing in, and that's what I completely missed. So if you missed it too, then we'll catch up together. Okay.
She took none of them. After being in CAMC for a few days, he's transferred to hospice. He's there roughly 5 hours and dies.
Oh my God.
His cause of death was damage to his brain caused by insulin. You'll know that because a couple of doctors will testify. A Dr. Rebate and a Dr. Krieger will tell you how the effects of insulin basically destroyed this man's brain. Glenda Epperly, an experienced RN and a hospice nurse, said she had never seen a body come out of hospice that looked so good. This was a healthy man until she did them in. Now that answers the how. Why? Why would this happen? And why would it happen when it happened? Well, as the defense counsel,
For anybody that's been with someone as a caretaker or family member or friend, whatever, if you've seen someone that's been in hospice care, yeah, you know, I mean, you don't really have to go into grand big detail, but you can obviously tell that they've withered, you know, um, withered away because hospice care usually they're in there for a little bit, you know. This man, his body didn't have time to wither. It just like shut down like that, you know. Sorry for the double cash app coffee thing. I try to catch it that second one when it pops through and delete it because I don't want people to, you know. Sorry. I have to go into Nightbot and figure it out. I just keep putting it off because it's another tab I have to open, and my brain's already got 50 tabs open all at the same time. Okay.
counsel informed you during questioning, the defendant had run a Ponzi scheme, a big one, where millions of dollars were taken from friends, relatives, local professionals. As many deceptions and lies as were told to her victims of the Ponzi scheme, Michael Cochran was told just as many. He did not know what was going on, but he was determined to find out, because people were saying, hey, we invested in your company in this plan, and we're not getting our money back. And he was frustrated. He was very frustrated. But the same excuses provided by the defendant to all of her victims in the Ponzi scheme were being provided to Michael Cochran too. It's everybody's fault under the sun. They've got hundreds of millions of dollars in their money stuck in a bank in Virginia, Bank of America. That's what she told Michael Cochran. That's what he believed. So Michael Cochran is going to straighten this out. They charter a flight from Beckley to the Bank of America branch in Lynchburg, Virginia for the 6th of February, 2019. Mysteriously, the defendant cancels that trip in early morning hours. Why was that trip so important? Because Michael Cochran and everybody else would know at that point. There is no money in the Bank of America in Virginia. There's never been any money in the Bank of America in Virginia. There are no government contracts, which is what she was selling to the most of Raleigh County, it seems like. Those were fictitious things that she made up and built millions of dollars out of her victims. Now, we're not going to pretend Michael Cochran didn't get a benefit from this. He did. The defendant and her family lived a very lavish lifestyle with other people's money. And Trooper Heinzman will explain to you in an overview, because this case isn't the Ponzi scheme case. That one's over. This is the murder case. But he'll explain to you how the defendant did this and how she was able to pull this off for so long and how she got so many people to forfeit their money to her. That was all going to blow up on February 6th. And it would have been over February 6th. But of course, the Cochrans never made it from Beckley to Lynchburg. And Michael Cochran is dead because of this. By the way, in case you've forgotten from some of your questioning, this defendant is a pharmacist. She knows about medications and drugs. Beyond
Oh, plot
that,
twist.
she held herself out as a specialist in diabetic counseling. She knew the impact insulin would make.
Wow.
That's our case. all circumstantial, and at the end of it, we'll be asking you to find the right verdict and find this defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Massive love and hugs to my Gail and Pilola. Yeah, that it's not easy, right? My mom was in hospice care. We took care of her in hospice care. Took care. We've had a lot of family in hospice, and a really close, dear friend of mine I took care of here at my house in hospice care. So, it's not easy. It's not easy. Miss King says if you know what insulin and diabetes does to a person, that number 20 is bad. Yeah. I love you, Gail. I love you. Yeah, it was consecutive. Caroline. Hi, Caroline. West Virginia. Oh, you guys. Donnie said my mom too. I miss her so much. Yeah, and mother-in-law. Yeah, Michelle. I've had aunts and uncles in hospice care, a grandparent in hospice care. My mom was in hospice care. My mother-in-law. My friend that I was talking about. And those are just the people that are close to me that died while in hospice care. I've got several, like my dad passed away, but he wasn't in hospice care. Hospice nurses are heroes. They are. I call them angels. They're like angels on earth. Yeah, lots of love to everybody in the chat. I think that's one thing we all have in common is grief. Margaret says mom was on in-hospital hospice in her last days and I couldn't have made it without them. I'm telling you, they are angels. Yep. I mean, not only are they there for the patient, they're there for the family too. Just, they're amazing. That's awesome. Wow, Donnie. Donnie said, I'm not diabetic, but one day I felt awful. My blood sugar was 40. Yeah, that's low. Yeah. Low, low, low. All right, let's get back to this. But this whole, the mother-in-law, the man's mom, was a retired registered nurse. And I didn't know that this chick was a pharmacist. And did he say that she specialized in diabetic stuff? And I re-listened to the Ponzi scheme, the millions of dollars, but I still don't understand what the business was, what she did. As her specialty. Ooh, Donnie said it was scary. Darn South Beach diet. Diabetic counseling. Wow. All right, let's get back to it.
Mr. Victor?
May it please the court?
Here's our Chris Farley. Only the voice is not. No, I need him to have an angry voice without the accent.
Counsel for the state. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by the prosecution's account, and perhaps by some other accounts, Natalie Cochran is not a nice person. She defrauded friends, relatives, investors. She was involved in a Ponzi scheme. She cheated, she scammed. And she has paid for it. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the fact that she is perhaps a fraud and perhaps a cheat, and that you wouldn't perhaps want to invite her home for Sunday dinner, that you wouldn't like her, does not translate into being a murderer. This trial is not a forum on public acceptance. You don't have to like her. You don't have to say she is a great person. But you have taken the oath to judge her fairly and to give her a fair shake, a fair trial. When you took the oath, it's not just some wave of a hand.
I can't point my finger on it. I can't put my finger on it. Balky and his cousin Larry. Don't waggle your finger at me, Balky. Dr. Now would have some advice for him. Oh my God, right? You have 1 month to lose 30 pounds. I watched the episode of, what was that called? The Balky, with Balky and Larry. Well, Kusin. I don't know, Caroline, if she really chose this guy or not. Perfect Strangers. Yeah. I don't know if she chose that attorney or not, but Perfect Strangers. I watched the episode the other day where he gets, Balky gets hypnotized and he's sings and dances like he's got an Elvis outfit on. Oh my God. It's so good.
It is a solemn oath to search for the truth and to determine what really happened in this case. Now, the prosecutor presented a very nice theory, except that before we do that, again, I'm Matthew Victor. I represent Natalie Cochran with my co-counsel, Mr. Stanley Seldon. We represent somebody, again, who is perhaps dishonest in her financial dealings, but who didn't kill anybody, let alone her husband, her only man in her life. A man, the father of her 2 children, and a man with whom she was enamored ever since she laid eyes on him in high school.
Watch her smile.
She's not a murderer, as the evidence will show. Now, she is accused here by the state of West Virginia of one of the vilest crimes there is known. And I will submit to you that the state's motive in this case as they presented it to you, is absolute nonsense. The state of West Virginia is trying to tell you that my client,
Margaret.
Natalie Cochran, who has lived with a man who was up to his eyeballs in the Ponzi scheme, somehow detected that he was on her. He was already detecting that she was committing a major fraud, and he was going to run straight to the federal government. Well, think about it, ladies and gentlemen, as you listen to the evidence. The state would want you to believe that he didn't know anything about the Ponzi scheme, didn't know anything about millions of dollars and the lavish lifestyle. He didn't know anything about this, even though the evidence will show that he was signing all these contracts, he was working on the contracts, he was signing checks, and you will see that evidence, you will hear that evidence. And all of a sudden he found out that Natalie Cochran, his beloved wife, is a fraud and a cheat. And what was he gonna do? No, he was not gonna go and talk to her and try to resolve this case somehow, get a lawyer and whatnot. The evidence will show, well, at least the state's evidence will show, that she's gonna run to the federal government and turn her and her in and have the dear wife, the mother of his children, locked up in prison. Well, okay, think about that. As you listen to the evidence, be aware of the fact that she, that is Ms. Cochran, does not have to prove herself innocent. The state has the burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt, to demonstrate that Natalie Cochran killed her husband with premeditation, deliberation, and malice. And that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence will show the state cannot do. They cannot do it. You will see exhibits, you will see documents here, consider it all. But what comes to mind immediately is that bottle of insulin. And I will submit to you that this is a smokescreen that the state is going to present to you. You will hear expert testimony and evidence that this type of insulin could not kill anybody. And for that matter, that the amount of insulin that may have been given to Michael Cochran would not kill him. The state will not tell you exactly what happened that day. Well, they will tell you what they believe happened that day after Mr. Cochran was allegedly shot with this insulin. But what they will not tell you is that if you are shot with a injection of insulin, you're not going to drop unconscious immediately. Think about what would happen if somebody injected you with insulin. Would you react? Would you call 911? Now, let's think about it. Let's also think about the fact that the evidence in this case is not exactly what the state believed you to be. Mr. Cochran was a 38-year-old man who died, and the question still remains, what did he die of? You will hear medical evidence that Mr. Cochran was not a healthy 38-year-old man. In fact, to the contrary, between the late 2017 and the time of his death in 2019, he was in the hospital 4 times. For what? For life-threatening conditions. He was a ticking bomb, the evidence will show, health-wise. He suffered from a plethora of medical conditions that could easily end up his life. What's more, you will hear the evidence that Mr. Cochran fancied himself to be a bodybuilder. He wanted to be the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Universe. And what did he do to that, in that regard? Mr. Cochran has imported, well, let's call it medication, from Mexico, online, from sources that were not approved by any FDA or any legitimate American government sources. And he was taking medication, steroids, that were not for human consumption. That there was, that there was some animal medication taken only by the animals. So consider that. Consider that. He was not a healthy man. He was in the hospital in 2017 for his back problems. Let's maybe even disregard that. But he was again in the hospital for mold exposure, with the symptoms similar to what happened to him in February of 2019. He hated the hospitals, the evidence will show. He told everybody that if they ever took him to the hospital, it would be a waste of money, and he would not want to stay in a hospital. But 2 days later, he was again in a hospital with the same conditions, even worse. Somehow he survived. His medical conditions, you will hear, involve the swelling of the brain, convulsions, perhaps epilepsy. You will hear all that evidence. He was not a healthy man. And he refused to take medications. He was pumping himself with steroids and whatever other medication there was that he could get from less than legitimate sources. And you have to consider that in arriving at your verdict. Secondly, the evidence will show that the state's medical evidence as such is going to be easily discredited by the expert evidence of people who, expert witnesses, who will tell you that this type of medication, what he had,
bye,
would not
Steph.
have killed this man.
Bye, Steph. Love
And
you.
on top of that, the fact
Thanks for coming and hanging out for a little bit today, Steph. Glad to see you, ma'am.
of the case are also different from what the prosecution told you. In fact, the insulin, you will hear about all this insulin. This is a smokescreen. The insulin that my client had in her possession was the insulin that Mr. and Mrs. Davis gave her repeatedly. Why? Because they had a diabetic son. And Natalie was an expert in administering that medication because their next door neighbor had a son who had diabetes 1. Sad to hear that, but that's the reality of it. It was not a one-time deal. She was in fact entitled to go to the pharmacy and get that medication, pick up the medication for Mr. and Mrs. Davis's son. So the fact that she had any insulin in her home is of no import. Furthermore, the state will present the evidence that they found a bottle of insulin in her home. We will, however, present to you that that bottle of insulin was first of all full, so nobody took that insulin. Second of all, that insulin was found in the refrigerator 4 months after Mr. Cochran's death. That insulin is completely irrelevant, as the evidence will show. Now, the state wants you to believe that Ms. Cochran as a pharmacist, is knowledgeable of the insulin because she wanted to kill her husband. The evidence, however, will show that Ms. Cochran, as a pharmacist, is also known to have great knowledge of any other substances that could kill, undetectable, untraceable. And so consider this evidence. Let's assume that the state is right on everything. Consider the fact that this cold-blooded killer borrows a murder weapon from a neighbor to kill her husband with the insulin that involves now a couple of witnesses. Then she places that medicine in her refrigerator, the evidence of the crime apparently according to the state, for 4 months. And then she somehow does not use any other substances that she knows of because she is a pharmacist. That theory is absurd, ladies and gentlemen. Jury. And now, the kicker. She has an absolute power to hide the evidence. And the evidence will show that she had never cremated her husband. So he was exhumed, his body was exhumed, so that the state would prove something, which the state cannot, but at least they try. And we will submit to you that if she had cremated the late Mr. Cochran's body, there would have been no case. There would have been any case. Now, you will hear the evidence about her chemo.
It really is, right,
You will
Michelle?
hear the
I mean, we're, you know, able to listen to a trial where there's no disrespect being sprayed out all over everybody. Victims, judge, prosecution. I mean, you know, how a trial should be conducted, right?
evidence about her health.
Do this, not that.
And, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
I know.
after all of that, we
I
come
know.
to the realization that the state's case doesn't make any sense. And you will not be able to answer your own question, perhaps. What did this man die of? Certainly not the insulin injection. And the evidence will also show that Mr. Cochran, by the state's own admission, was enjoying the benefits of Ms. Cochran's fraud. Well, that's another red herring. He was involved in the Ponzi scheme. He knew about multi-million-dollar purchases, the toys, the houses, trips to Paris, trips to Hawaii, expensive, lavish lifestyle. And you have to ask yourself at the end of the case, he didn't know about it? Really? He didn't know how this money was generated? He who wrote all the contracts for the government, for the non-existing purchases? If you cannot answer these questions, then you have to acquit the defendant. This is a complex case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. But it's built by the state of West Virginia on conjectures and innuendos. It is
Innuendo.
rich on spurious conclusions and speculations. But it's thin on facts. And glaringly lacking in motive and the evidence necessary to prove that my client killed her husband. At the end of the case, we will ask you to find her not guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, the next part or stage of this case is the introduction of the evidence through witnesses and exhibits. This is what lawyers and judges call the heart
Oh,
of
that
any
defense
trial.
attorney, Kelly?
You are to determine the facts of this case solely from the evidence.
The one that lives in a van down by the river? Him and his wife have a firm together? What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Victor and Victor. Wow. Does it say what his, like, background, like where he's from originally, or you found anything out like that? Because I'm dying to know what where his accent is from. Oh, it's what you were looking for. Okay. All right. Victor and Victor. Michelle said he sounds Austrian to her. Yeah, I'm not sure. So we've heard now the opening statements for both. Or no, sorry. We've heard opening statements from both sides, prosecution and the defense. So I would like to hop over to the Jason Chin trial and catch the opening statements on that one. They're a few days in, but I would still like to hear the opening statements if you guys are up for it. If I remember, though, it was kind of hard to hear because I was trying to listen to it last night or the night before. Let me see. Yeah, this one, Miss King, is currently still going. I think I think there's been 2 days worth. I don't know if today is day 2 or if today is day 3 in the poisoned husband murder trial. Not sure. And the Jason Chin one is still going too. Let me go grab that one. Let me go look. La 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 la. Hold on. Oof. And her husband's a good looking man. Wow. Man. Okay. Hold on. Let me. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, today they're on day 2 of this trial. Okay, here's the Jason Chin. They're on day 4. Open sesame. I haven't looked at anything into this U.S. Navy veteran defamation case, CNN. Is anybody else? I haven't looked into that at all. At all. Not at all. Open. Let me scroll this all the way back where we can get into the openings. Because it looks like they have a motion hearing or something. They're arguing something before the opening statements start, so I wanted to get through that. All right. Sorry, guys. I could have had this. Hey, Brenda. Hey, Brenda. Okay, let me share this tab with you guys. So this one, stabbed to death murder trial. And guess what? There's a suitcase involved in this trial. He discards her remains in a suitcase. Can't even make this stuff up, man. Okay, I have my Walmart order will be here in about 15 minutes, looks like. Yeah, there's a suitcase, and the prosecutor brings the suitcase out in the opening statements. So we get to see that. Let me close this page out and this page. Tabs. Let me close that tab out and then leave this one up. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
The question might be asked because another witness might be better suited to answer your question.
Okay, so this is where he's giving the jury their, like, little speech before opening starts. So here we go. This is Judge Patterson.
If you find the defendant guilty of any offense other than first-degree premeditated murder,
You're probably going to need, side note, you're probably going to need, I have the volume up as loud as it will go. You're probably going to need AirPods or ear headphones or something of that nature, because if I remember correctly, the audio is kind of not great, but maybe they, get into it.
Here, the jury will not be involved in setting the punishment for any offense other than the first-degree premeditated murder. And for your information, again, as I said in Nashville last week, this is not a death penalty case. At times during the trial, a party may make an objection. This simply means that the party is requesting a decision by the court on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection
Hey,
is made or
Miss
from the ruling on
Brenda.
that objection. The rulings only relate to the legal guidance that the court must provide to lawyers and should not influence your thinking. If an objection to a question is sustained, do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, you will receive instructions not to consider a particular statement that was made, and you should therefore put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. Finally, during the course of trial, we may have to halt the proceedings to confer about the rules of law that should apply. We may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. For more complex issues, you may be moved to the jury room. These conferences resolve legal issues and guide our trial proceedings, so please remain patient, because in the long run, they save time for everyone. This completes my opening comments to you. They don't read the indictment.
Yes, Your Honor.
State of Tennessee, Criminal Court for Hamilton County, 2023. Count 1, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chin, on or about the 23rd day of November 2022, in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation inflict mortal injuries on Jasmine Pace, which resulted in the death of Jasmine Pace on or about the 23rd day of November 2023, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202, against the peace and dignity of the state.
How does Mr. Chin plead to count 1?
Not guilty.
General?
Count 2, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chin, on or about the 23rd day of November 2022, in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did knowingly, without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, or disposed of a corpse in a manner known to be in violation of the law, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-312, against the peace and dignity of the state. This indictment, Judge. This indictment was signed by the District Attorney General and was filed with the the Clerk of the Courts on March the 23rd, 2023.
How does Mr. Chin plead to count 2?
Not guilty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, she putting gloves on, y'all. She putting gloves on. You know what gloves mean, right? When they start putting the gloves on, you know what that means. Getting ready to see the suitcase. Also, I think I like this prosecutor. She's very, Gail's like an exam. I like this prosecutor. She's fiery and expressive. You know what I mean? Sort of like short and to the point. She don't dilly dally, and she does have great hair. Yes, Gail. Yes. She has great hair. Yay, my Walmart order is 11 minutes away. She is young, yeah. Only thing that gets on my nerves about her is here in a little bit when the camera pans down to the ground where you can see the suitcase, her pants are too long. Her dress pants are too long. She needs to have them hemmed. Sorry, prosecutor, if you ever hear this, you need to have, you look great. You're beautiful. But the dress pants need hemmed. Donnie, the Brooks trial is over. Right? Yeah. The Brooks trial is over. But what we're doing now is just watching opening statements of a couple different trials. The first opening statements that we listened to were in the I think their last name is Cochran, where the wife poisons the husband. So those opening statements are over. Now we're switching into this trial, which is another current trial that's going on. And this is the Jason Chin trial. And we're going to hear the opening statements in this trial. And then after the opening statements are done, I think what I'm going to do is open up a poll and let you guys vote on I'm going to give you guys a few options, but that's the plan. So anyway, there's no poll open yet, but I will make a poll here after a while sometime this afternoon. Hey Billy. Hi Billy. The thing is, though, let me see if I can figure something out real quick. I should have timed this a little better. Let me because it's almost 1 o'clock. Her math lesson starts at 1, and I know that their opening statements are going to be over with before I can get her math lesson done. So because we have to do some cutting and pasting for math today. So what I might do is just kind of let this trial play on after the opening statements, because I'll have my hands full. So you guys will get the opening statements plus the first witness, first and second witness, depending on how long it takes. So that's how that will go. Because her math lesson is like 25, 30 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, Donnie. Yeah, people are mean. There's some trials where no scissors and paste. No scissors and paste. No. Oh, they're 3 minutes away now. My Walmart order. Yay, they'll be here in a few minutes. I got coffee creamer, French vanilla. Yum. But yeah, Donnie, I know. There's some trials out there, some cases out there. Reed is one of the major ones. Whew. They're tough crowds on both sides of the fence, man. And people are mean. People are mean. All right, let's get started with this. But in about 5 minutes, give or take, I'm going to turn my camera. Well, I'll probably turn my camera off before then anyway, because kiddo keeps running in and out. But I'll give you guys the heads up whenever I have to book it to her math class. So oh, Donnie, I'm sorry. That's awful, man. People are awful. Ugh. There you go. There's the suitcase.
This is the suitcase in which Jason Chin stuffed the 98-pound body of Jasmine Cook. That's where I'm going to begin the story. Except I want you to remember that as you hear evidence in the next week, that this is not.
See, look how long her britches are. Is it just me, or I mean, I understand you want it to go to the floor, but I mean, her britches need to be hemmed just a smidge.
Not a story like the one that you read in a novel where you have to imagine the appearances of characters. The evidence that you will hear in this case is very real. The evidence will not require that you use your imagination. Jasmine Pace was very real. And Jason
Right, Kelly?
really killed her.
Yeah. Way
The
too long.
suitcase was located
Right.
in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River and right off of Suck Creek Road. In it was the body of Jasmine Pace, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags. Her right ankle was handcuffed to her right wrist. Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm. Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound, a through and through, from the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung. You will see the tip of that knife. The state of Tennessee is required to prove to you 3 elements for first-degree premeditated murder. The first is that Jasmine was intentionally killed. The second is that it was with premeditation. You will hear facts and evidence. You will see photos. You will hear from witnesses that allow you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she was intentionally killed and that premeditation was involved. But the third element is that the state of Tennessee has to prove that he did it. I'm going to start from the beginning. The two of them had been seeing each other, Jason and Jasmine. On Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, the week of Thanksgiving, Jasmine left her home and drove to Jason's apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment where he lived by himself. She was never heard from again after November 23rd. After November 23rd, 2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving. Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected that Jason Chin had something to do with her disappearance. Despite the family's best efforts to get the police department involved. Initially, the Chattanooga Police Department was of no help. Jasmine's family was forced to take matters into their own hands. So, on November 26th, 2022, you will learn that Jasmine's family broke into his apartment.
Yeah, they broke into his apartment. I forgot about that part. That part of the story kind of put me in the mind of, you guys remember the story of the three, shoot, somebody remind me, the three Kansas City Chiefs fans that froze to death outside the friend's backyard, in the friend's backyard. Well, their families couldn't reach them either, and one of the girlfriends broke into the dude's house. Just put me in the mind of that whenever I heard this part of the opening statement. But anyway, I wanted to stop, just give you a heads up. I gotta run and do her virtual math class. So I'm going to keep this rolling. And then after the opening statements are done from both this prosecutor and the defense's opening statement, I'm just going to let it roll on into the first witness. So, all right. And I'll see you guys back about 1:30-ish. All right?
You will hear that. You will hear that they were trying to find their daughter and their sister, and that they went in to his apartment. Of course, Jason wasn't there. But what was there? Some of Jasmine's belongings, including her driver's license and her credit cards. You will hear from a mother who was desperate to find her daughter. Eventually, and only because of the relentlessness of Jasmine Pace's family, the Chattanooga Police Department's Homicide Division executed a search warrant at Jason Chen's apartment on November 28, 2022. The missing persons investigation quickly became a homicide investigation when, even despite his best efforts to clean it up, Jasmine's blood was everywhere. Jasmine Pace's blood, upon the execution of the search warrant, was located all over Jason Chen's apartment. It was obvious that Jason had tried to clean it up based on the scene. You'll see those photos. You'll see photos of cleaning products, but you're also going to see video of Jason Chen on November 23rd, 2022, buying cleaning products at multiple locations the same day that Jasmine's friends and family stopped hearing from her. You will learn that homicide investigators located Jasmine's body in this suitcase on the side of Sup Creek Road, in part due to Jason's own cell phone location records. They were able to track Jason using those cell phone location records throughout Chattanooga on the day of the 23rd. Walgreens, Walmart, most likely looking for a place to dump her body. But then eventually, at 6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment with a suitcase. enters his vehicle and he drives to Suck Creek Road. You will learn of other efforts that Jason took to try to cover his tracks. How he ditched her vehicle in a random apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi when she was dead inside of his apartment and he was in possession of her phone. You will hear facts of cover-up. You will learn that police never found Jasmine Pace's phone. But they did find her SIM card. The small chip that goes into the side of our phones to store all of our phone's information, her SIM card was located. Where was it? It was in a glasses case inside of Jason Chin's backpack that was in his possession when he was located by the Chattanooga Police Department. And when you think that you have seen enough evidence that Jason Chin killed Jasmine Pace, you will be convinced that he stuffed her body in this suitcase after placing it in trash bags, because you will hear from a fingerprint expert. The fingerprint expert will tell you that Jason Chin's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash bag that surrounded her body. In the first few days of trial, you're going to see a few witnesses that may at first seem confusing to you. Bear with me. They are going to be laying the foundation for evidence that you will see through Chattanooga Police Department homicide investigator Zachary Crawford. Over the course of the upcoming week, the state of Tennessee will prove to you beyond any reasonable doubt that Jason Chin handcuffed, sliced, stabbed, packaged, and discarded Jasmine Pace. I ask that you carefully consider this evidence. The state of Tennessee will give you the dots, and we will help you connect them. At the end of trial, I'm going to humbly ask that you find Jason Chin guilty of murdering Jasmine Pace in the first degree and then abusing her corpse. Thank you.
Mr. Chin.
I told you when we were in Nashville that I wouldn't waste your precious time. I have no intention to waste it during the course of this trial. In the early morning hours of November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace. He didn't do it with premeditation. This is a voluntary manslaughter case. Voluntary manslaughter is the intentional or knowing killing of another in a state of passion produced by adequate provocation, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an unreasonable manner. state told you during jury selection that in order to prove first-degree murder, they don't have to prove that it was Ken. But it wasn't. The state told you in jury selection that they don't have to prove a motive. There isn't. What the state does have to do is prove premeditation. And can't. Because it wasn't. Jason Chen is a first-generation Chinese American. He grew up in Ellingsville. His parents worked at a Chinese restaurant, worked very hard bringing him up. Jason graduated from high school and then went to college here at Chattanooga, University of Tennessee, at Chattanooga, UTC. In November of 2022, he was a senior with a major in computer science. The year before, he and Jasmine started communicating. They met on Tinder. And after exchanging messages back and forth, they started texting using iMessage. You're going to see the iMessages between Jason and Jasmine. You're going to see how their relationship progressed through these text messages. In 2021, they dated for a few months, but then lost touch. But then about 8 months later, in May of 2022, they rekindled that relationship and they started dating, seeing each other more and more. They obviously got much closer. They traveled to Chicago together that summer. And you're going to see through the text messages, someone was obviously more into this relationship than the other. Jasmine started getting feelings for Jason. And you're going to see through those text messages that Jason didn't reciprocate that as much as she did. Then you come to the week of November 22nd. It was Thanksgiving. Jasmine and her family lost their grandmother. She was in grief. And on the night of November 22nd, around 11 p.m., she came over to Jason's house. And they did what they always do. They drank wine, smoked pot, smoked wax, watch movies, and do what 22-year-olds do. On the night of November the 22nd, they were drinking wine in the back bedroom. You're going to see pictures of the apartment. This apartment is 500 square feet. You can get from the front door to the back door or back wall, less than 10 seconds walking over. Very small apartment. In order to open one bottles of wine in the bedroom, Jason had to go to the kitchen and get a kitchen knife to take off that plastic wrapper that goes around the top of wine bottles. So he was able to get off the top of the wine bottle, the plastic around it, and he placed it on his nightstand. At a certain point, they finish off the bottle of wine, and Jasmine goes back into the kitchen to get another bottle. And there on the counter is Jason's cell phone. Ding, 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 ding. That familiar Tinder ding that Jasmine and Jason knew so well because that's how they met. Jasmine looked at his phone and saw all these messages with other girls, with other people. And this was infuriating to her. She was already in grief, and it sent her in anger into a rage, and they started yelling, fighting, verbally. Jason came into the kitchen, and you're going to hear from witnesses that can hear both of them arguing. You're going to hear from witnesses that heard this dispute, not the words, but could hear them yelling. Jasmine attacked Jason with an empty wine bottle. And in reaction, Jason kicked her, and she fell backwards, knocking over wine glasses. She picked up one of the wine glasses and ran towards Jason, and Jason retreated, going from the kitchen to his bedroom, which you have to go through the bathroom. She chased after him, and he was trying to close the door to the bathroom, but couldn't because the bath mat got in the way. Then tried to run from the bathroom into the bedroom, but there was a pocket door, and it's impossible to close. And he gets back into his bedroom, and Jasmine is right there coming at him with this broken glass. Jason sees the knife, and he reacts. And he stabs. He racing. You're in that fight or flight response. Your adrenaline is rushing. You're in a panic. You're in a fear. You don't know what's going to happen next. He panicked. He comes to. He's laying over Jasmine's body, kneeling over it. He's bloody. Sickened by it, Jason crawls on his hands and knees to the bathroom and throws up. He lays there for minutes, and then goes back into the room and sees what he's done. He's scared, in a panic, and he doesn't know what to do. And I wish I was telling you right now that he called 911, that he called the police, but he didn't. He should have. But even if he had called the police, I still think that we'd be having the same trial today, arguing the exact same issues. From there, Jason decides that he has to cover this up. He has to hide what he's done. He's scared for what his future entails, but more importantly, the shame that he's going to bring on his family, the shame that comes with everything that he's being accused of today. So he sets down this course of trying to hide it. He places Jasmine in trash bags, puts the handcuffs on her after she is dead, so that way she can fit into the trash bags, and so that he can put her into that suitcase. Where he then takes her body in that suitcase and drops her by the banks of the Tennessee River here in Chattanooga. He then sets on course to try to clean up the apartment to his best of his ability. He does a poor job. He tries to hide the fact that what he did by texting her parents, texting Jasmine's parents, by pretending to be her on social media. Whatever he can do to give himself an alibi in his eyes. It's selfish, and it's wrong. But he panicked, and he thought this was the best course of action. There's a couple other things that complicate this case. You're going to hear about Katrina Pace, Jasmine's mother. Any person whose child is missing, who would go to such lengths and have such courage, should be commended. She broke into Jason's apartment to search for her daughter. She also went in other times than that first time. She went in at least 3 or 4 other times, doing 2 things. One, contaminating the scene. She couldn't have known what had happened there. I don't think that she purposely contaminated it. But what that's going to show in the evidence is the state's going to show you what's called luminol, blue star agent. That reacts with blood, and it creates a blue image. The cleaning materials and the blood that Jason cleaned up was tracked by Katrina Pace and all of her family that went in and out of this apartment. It was tracked by law enforcement officers going in and out, tracking all through the apartment. Police, in this case, Chattanooga Police Department, and I'm embarrassed to say it, they were incompetent and impotent and unable to help Katrina Pace. In order to incentivize, in order to get the Chattanooga Police Department to look for look for Katrina's missing daughter, to get them to go and look for Jason and to arrest him, she had to stage the scene. She, or perhaps others, I don't know, went into Jason's apartment after meeting with the Chattanooga Police Department to make the scene look more incriminating than it actually was. you'll see a knife on the bed that wasn't there when Chattanooga Police Department went through the apartment initially before the search warrant was issued. You're going to see the differences between what the apartment looked like beforehand and what it looked like after. The second issue is the incompetency and the ineffectiveness of the Chattanooga Police Department. You're going to hear Zach Crawford. You're going to hear him testify at this trial that he told Katrina Pace and her family that he would tarnish this investigation if it meant bringing Jasmine back. Well, that begs the question, what did he do, or what could he have done to tarnish this investigation? What could he have done to manufacture premeditation so the state could show that to you today and over the course of this week? I promised you not to waste your time. The state's talking about fingerprints on trash bags, DNA found at the scene. I don't intend to ask many questions about any of that. The only issue in this case is whether there's premeditation. If there is no premeditation, this is not first-degree murder. This killing didn't happen after calm and cool reflection as the law requires. This is Jason. After being sufficiently provoked, after having his girlfriend run at him with a bottle, with a broken glass, and him reacting in a panic, but acting irrationally. Jason Chen is guilty, but he's not guilty of the crime that he's charged with. Jason Chen should be found guilty of the crime he did, not the crime he didn't. Thank you.
If the rule has been requested, is anybody going to testify in this case? If not, the lead investigator for the case or the Pace family need to step out. Our General Fire First Witness.
Your Honor, I ask for a DVD on Your Honor's screen. The state's going to call to the stand Katrina Bean.
Can you play through your laptop?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have a few minutes. This is the first up.
You may step out any time, Stacy.
Well, Your Honor.
State's First Witness. Pace, hang on just a moment, please. Ms. Long, you want to talk to Ms. Pace for just a moment?
Well, the court's give me 2 minutes, Judge.
Yes. You step out here. He needs a glass of water, needs a break of some kind, just let Felix know. Go ahead and step out, please. Hang on a second. The rest of yours can stay. Sir, you can stay. Unless anyone else needs a restroom break. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm
Yes. Tell you what, back in the courtroom. General Carly, good.
The state would call Katrina Bean to stand, Your Honor. Katrina, can you please state your name for the court's record?
Katrina Diane Bean.
And, just gonna talk a little bit about yourself, your family, before we get started. Do you need a break, let us know. Do you live in Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you from Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Gregory Scott Bean.
Do you have children?
I do.
How many? 4. And, is one of them Jasmine Pace?
Yes.
Who is Jasmine's biological father?
Travis Pace.
How old was Jasmine in November of 2022?
22 years old.
And can you describe for the jury, just generally, Jasmine's size?
She was tiny. Beginning to weigh 100 pounds.
Where was Jasmine living in November of 2022?
In our pool house.
And where would your house, would the pool house be located?
Our house is right above the pool house.
What's the address?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
And is that Chattanooga? Was Jasmine working anywhere in 2022?
Yes, she worked for us.
And what does us mean? Can you explain
Her
that to the
husband
jury?
and I have a construction company. She ran our office.
Ms. Bean, you're very soft-spoken. I want to make sure that the jurors hear the witness, okay? Everyone okay? You can't just raise your hand, okay? Thank you, Ms. Bean.
I want you to talk to the jury about what was going on in your family the week of Thanksgiving in 2022, specifically the 21st and the 22nd. Can you talk to the jury about that?
My grandmother that raised me, that's my mom, fighting cancer, just got finished her treatments, and thought I had she was in a remission, and she got sick, and quickly, within a 24-hour period, we had to take her to the emergency room that morning of the 22nd, and she died that evening in the emergency room with all of her family present, including Jasmine and myself.
Was Jasmine close to her grandmother?
Yes.
You testified that Jasmine lived in your pool house. How often were you seeing Jasmine in this period of time?
I saw Jasmine every day, on and off, all day, every day.
Because she lived there and she worked for you?
And we were very close.
At some point, after her grandmother passed away, were you not able to get in touch with Jasmine?
Correct. Very next day.
Were you calling her?
I was calling and she didn't answer. I sent messages
Was that abnormal?
to not hear from Jasmine, yes. And for her not to be there for her family, yes.
Did you know if she was seeing anyone in terms of a dating relationship?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jason Chit.
And to your knowledge, what was their relationship at that point in time?
They're getting to know each other. She wasn't ready for us to meet him.
So you had never met him?
No,
She had never gone to the house?
no.
Was she private?
She was.
So, when was the last time you saw Jasmine?
November 22nd, 2022.
Do you know about what time, what day she left your house for the last time?
It was about 11 o'clock at night, I guess.
What caused you to finally take a step to go to Verizon to see if you could check her cell phone records?
Objection. Lack of foundation.
With a proper foundation.
You testified that you could not get a hold of your daughter?
No,
Did you try on the 24th?
yes.
Were other friends and family trying on the 24th?
I'm not sure. I followed up with the friend that I had received a message from. Her phone line saying that she was going to be with, and couldn't get a hold of her, so I got a hold of her grandmother. Said that Jasmine had not been there for Thanksgiving, and a friend reached me and said that she hadn't heard from Jasmine, that was, she had not been up there, and I was immediately concerned, and I went to Verizon to see about her phone data, if I could locate her. I seen that there hadn't been any activity on her phone for several days, and so I bought a cheap phone in Verizon and had her phone line put on it so that I could get messages that sign into her car app.
Okay, let's pause there, because we just testified to a lot. So you testified just now that you learned that Jasmine was not with her friend who you thought she could have been with. Who was that friend?
Emma,
And how did you know that?
because her grandmother and her both said that she wasn't there with them,
Why did you think that Jasmine would have been with Emma?
because I received a message from Jasmine's phone on the 23rd, which at the time I didn't pay attention to the wording, because I was so upset about my grandmother, and but on the 26th, when I started getting really concerned, I went back and I read the text again, and the wording said, I'm going with my girlfriend, Emma, to spend Thanksgiving in South Carolina, which Jasmine wouldn't have texted me introducing Emma as her girlfriend, because I knew Emma. Emma had spent lots of time around me. So there would be no reason for Jazzy to introduce her that way. That was odd. And then also, I was almost certain that Emma's family is from Kentucky, not South Carolina.
Did you reach out to Emma's family?
I did, with her mother.
And what did you learn?
Jasmine had not been there with her.
Was that really what sparked your significant concern that something could be wrong?
Yes.
And so then you testified that you went to Verizon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, so let's slow down. You went to Verizon and did explain to them what you asked for them to do and then what Bryson was able to do with Jasmine's phone.
So I logged into our account because Jasmine's phone line is on our plan. And I looked at her activity on her phone line, see if calls made out, calls coming in, text message, if there was any data activity, anything. And there hadn't been for several days.
Okay. No calls? No activity on apps? What is the My Chevy app?
It's an app that tracks your vehicle's movements.
What kind of vehicle did Jasmine drive?
A Chevy SUV.
Okay. And is, My Chevy something that comes with the vehicle?
It is.
With every Chevrolet?
I'm not sure.
You knew at that time that it came with Jasmine's stuff?
Yeah.
Were you involved in purchasing Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so, what did you do to log into the My Chevy app?
I had her phone line put on as a different phone that I had to confirm the text, get a confirmation so you can log in.
Okay. And what was the point of looking at the My Chevy app? It might seem obvious, but what was the point?
So I could locate her car. I couldn't locate her, hadn't talked to her, found out that she wasn't where I had received a message saying she was going to be or who she was going to be with. So the next thing would be find her car, and maybe I find her.
And did the My Chevy app show that she left your house on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
And did it show you a destination for her vehicle on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
I'm going to show you two separate pictures and just ask you to look at them for a second. Do you recognize those two pictures?
Yes.
What is that?
This is from the My Chevy app, a map and then a timeline of her car's movements on November 22nd at 11:27 p.m.
Do these photos accurately represent what you saw when you pulled up her My Chevy app on November 26, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be State's Exhibit number 1. It's 2 pages.
Any objection? Very good. Exhibit 1.
Permission published. All right, so I know that this is strange where you're sitting, but this is going to be behind you, so you can sort of turn and also talk to the jury at the same time. So Chevrolet Smart Driver, that's sort of how we know it's a Chevrolet, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then November 22nd, 2022, that this reflects the time that her vehicle showed?
Yes.
Okay. And you see this black dot up there?
Yes.
What does that represent to you?
That's the area that my house is at.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can read that
All right. The second page of State's Exhibit 1. Does it show you the address from which the vehicle left and arrived?
Yes.
And can you read that address out loud?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Okay.
That's my address.
And then destination?
The 108 Tremont Street.
Did you know at that time what was at 108 Tremont Street?
No.
Did it mean anything to you?
No.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
What is that?
Also another map and timeline of her car's movements from the app.
Okay, and is that an accurate reflection of what you saw on the My Chevy app attached to Jasmine's car in November of 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, I asked this mistakes exhibit number 2. It's a 2-page document.
Exhibit 2.
All right, so now we pull this up on the screen. This black dot down here, what does that mean to you?
That's where her car started.
Well, around, and you can look at State's Exhibit number 1 if you like. What approximate location do you recall? What approximate location was that?
The Tremont Street.
Okay. And then, can you see here where that, do you see what that little black dot says? Can you read that? Would you agree that it says start? Here it is. Would you agree that it says start?
Yes. Yes, it says that.
Okay. And so this is November 23rd. This is the next day, right?
Yes.
And so what does that black dot say?
That's where the vehicle stopped.
Okay. Next page here, this will help you a little bit. So the My Chevy app showed that on November 23rd, 2022, a vehicle started at 108 Tremont Street
Yes.
and then ended just a few minutes later, arrived rather at 900 Mount Creek Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Bean, based on this, what did you and your family proceed to do?
We went to 900 Mountain Creek Road
Why?
because that's where her car was last.
And at this point in time, who was with you?
My husband and I believe my Jasmine's sister Gabby had met us there. I don't remember quite if she arrived. My oldest son,
Okay, is that it?
I think so.
What was located at 900 Mount Creek Road?
My daughter's car.
What area was that at?
It's apartment buildings. It was in the back corner of the apartment buildings.
When you say it, you mean her vehicle was?
Yes.
So, explain to the jury what you did when you arrived at 900 Mount Creek Road. What did you and your family proceed to do?
We told the police.
After you found her vehicle?
Yeah.
Did you fairly quickly find her vehicle?
Yes, it took us right to it.
The My Chevy app took you right to it?
The address on the My Chevy app.
Took you right to her vehicle? Is anybody in her vehicle?
No.
Were the doors locked?
Yes.
And then you stated that you called the police.
Yes.
Did the police officer come to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes.
There are 4 photos here, Ms. Bean. I will just take a look at those. You recognize those photos?
Yes.
What's depicted in those photos?
My daughter's car is in 2 of the photos, and my husband and I are in a photo. And on another photo, you can see Jasmine's sister, myself, talking on the phone to Jason Chen, and my husband also in the corner talking to the officer.
And do you know if these photos are from a body camera from November 23rd, 2022?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Was that, are they taken from the point of view of the officer to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect what that apartment building and that parking lot looked like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
I'd ask that these 4 photos be taken to the jury today.
Are they separate photos?
There are four.
Okay, can we mark them separately? I think it's easier to pull for you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's three, unless that will mess up your presentation.
Nope.
Exhibits 3, 4, 5, and 6. Want to mark this? Go ahead.
Sure. Is the matter one over? Yeah.
So I'll be refer to the exhibit number when you're talking.
Yes.
Jurors, you will be able to take these exhibits back to the courtroom with you, so when you hear a witness or you're talking about exhibit 3, exhibit 5, make a note of it, it'll make it easier for you to refer to them in the jury. Thank you, gentlemen.
Behind you, Ms. Bean, you will see State's Exhibit number 6. Is that yourself in the white t-shirt?
Yes.
Who is that next to you?
My husband.
And I'm going to have you with this pointer here. You can see that red is a button. If you can point out Jasmine's vehicle. Okay, and that is the white Chevrolet. Okay. Then,
Also, right there, Justin's vehicle.
okay, State's Exhibit number 5, which the witness is looking at, and that, again, the closest vehicle to us, correct, is Jasmine's vehicle.
Correct.
All right. This would be State's Exhibit number 3. Describe who we see in that photo.
That is Jasmine's sister, Gabby Pace. That's myself. That's my husband.
Okay. One more photo, and then I'm going to go back to this one. I'm sorry. I think we have 2 of the same exhibit, Judge.
Call it for a duplicate.
Yes, Judge.
To the
It's
duplicate.
before is a duplicate, Judge. Okay. Katrina, did you,
Are we eliminating that exhibit or?
It's exhibit 4, so we can mark it refer to it as exhibit.
Okay, I just want to make sure I keep this.
combine those? Do you know anybody that lives at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
No,
Did you ever know Jasmine to visit 900 Mountain Creek Road?
no.
Did you knock on any doors that night?
We knocked on so many doors. The apartment complex is large, but I can't tell you how many doors we knocked on.
Did you learn anything significant?
No.
So you testified that in one of these photos, which is the photo that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit number 3, that you were on the phone with Jason Chin.
Correct.
Why did you call Jason Chin at this location?
I actually didn't even realize it was him at first. I had her call log that I had just gotten from Bryson and going over and seeing who she talked to recently, and so I was just calling the numbers on her call log.
When was the last time that she had talked to this number that you called?
The night before the 22nd.
And do you recall, based on her phone records, for how long that conversation lasted?
Yes, it was 71 minutes.
So, to be clear, when you called Jason here in this photo that we're looking at, you didn't know it was Jason Chin?
Not until he said his name.
Had you spoken to him before this moment? And you said before he said his name was Jason Chin, did he verify that it was Jason?
Yes.
Did you ask him when the last time was he saw Jasmine?
I did. I started off with letting him know that she's missing. If he wanted to know if he had any idea where she would be at, because they were dating, and asked when he last spoke to her, how did she seem. I don't remember what all I asked him, but those were the,
Did he seem concerned?
no, he didn't.
And he said that he hadn't spoken to her. When was the last time you said you spoke to her?
don't remember what he said. I remember that it was a lie. I had him on speakerphone. But I don't recall what he said.
Did he admit to talking to her on the 22nd when you asked him when the last time was that he
I
spoke to
think
her?
from what I can remember, he changed his story and said, oh, I did talk to her. And I asked her how long. And he had said just a few minutes, I believe. And, you know, I muted the conversation and asked the officer, you know, should I confront him? He has just lied about multiple things. I have the proof right here. And, yeah, so it sticks out to me.
Did you confront him?
I did.
And what did he say?
That he had to get off the phone. He was at the airport.
Did you ask him where he lived?
I did ask him where he lived.
And what did he say?
500 Tremont Street.
Did he ask you any questions
No,
about Jasmine?
no,
Did he ask you any questions about what you guys had done to find her?
no,
Did he offer his assistance?
no.
So, do you recall the name of the officer that came to Mountain Creek Road?
Pierre, I believe.
Okay, and describe to the jury how helpful, in your opinion, Officer Pierre was able to be.
He took a report, gave me a card, said that he would pass the information along to a detective that would be assigned. You know, I would probably hear from them in 24 to 48 hours. And that's really all he could do.
He, do you recall if he was gonna go to 500 Tremont Street to see if Jason was there?
I asked him to follow me, and he said he could not do that.
Okay. Do you recall if at any point in time while he was there, he tried to contact another, potentially an investigator with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember. I was on the phone.
Woo, that was a lot longer than I anticipated. Had to wait for a long time. Teacher was in a meeting and got held up in the meeting, so our session ran late. Anyway. Hey, Laura. Look at you popping in. Kel. I feel like I missed a lot. I feel like I missed a lot in the chat. She looks like Ashley Benefield, the mom. I think this is the victim's mom, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I missed the defense's opening statement. I missed the defense's opening statement, and I haven't heard any of this testimony. So, yeah. I'll have to go back and watch it later. But what are your all's thoughts so far? For those of you that have caught both, like what's the Chin's defense? Is he saying he didn't do it or what? She got emotional from opening statements and had to leave for a bit before she got on the stand. Okay, wow. Michelle says both are guilty in my opinion. Um, he did it not intentional, premeditated. Kel said I just got back, so I missed it too. Mm. Um, Miss King, how was it not intentional if it was premeditated? I'm confused. He claimed she was coming for him with a broken wine glass and he grabbed the knife. Oh, okay. He's saying crime of passion. Laura says, I have no idea what's going on, but here to say, hey, sugars. Well, I was here earlier, but then I had to jump out for kiddos' math virtual math class. So I missed the last little bit. She attacked him. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we need to take a poll then, right? Do we need to work on the poll? I feel like I saw another trial pop up earlier. What was it? Mm. But then he got scared he would dishonor his parents and tried to hide it. Well, I mean, there's that. um, he covered it up to save his family from shame, dishonor to your family. To you, your family, your cow. Mulan reference. Ah. Miss King says, I like looking at these opening statements. Yeah, me too. I mean, it just kind of, it's a storytelling, you know, it's kind of like reading the back of the book. You know what I mean? Not like the last page, but I mean like the back of the book that like gives you, sort of an overview of what the book is going to be about. That's kind of how I look at the opening statements. Hold on, I need to go back and look. Let me pull my keyboard up here. Dun 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 dun. I thought I saw something else pop up on my phone earlier, and I can't remember now what it was or where I saw it. Hold on, folks. Just a second. Well, now I'm not seeing it come up. I know I saw something flash across my phone. Let me go look on my phone. Now I'm not seeing it. Wouldn't you know it? Oh, never mind. It was an old trial. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. All right. So, I want to. Oh, I didn't think about that, Laura, but I guess you're right. Laura's like, I feel that red blazer is a poor choice in a murder trial. And this is the victim's mom. I think it's her mom. Yeah. La 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 la. Mm, all right. Did the audio get better? Let me ask that. Because I saw someone said earlier in the chat that the audio was horrible. And I knew it was, but. Will it let me make a poll from my phone? Let me see if it will. I don't know that it will, but it might. Mm-mm-mm. No, it won't let me, so I have to do it from the computer. From the computer. All right. Okay, let me let this page load real quick. Gail says I can hear the prosecutor real good, but have trouble with the judge. All right. All right. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Sorry, guys. Do I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Mm. All right. We are starting the poll now. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote, 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 vote. I think we have 12 people here. 12 sets of eyeballs. Now 13. Cha 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 cha. I want to see what you guys think. Yeah, vote, vote, vote. We have 14 sets of eyeballs. Looks like only 4 votes right now. Come on, folks. Vote, 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 vote. I'm going to run into the Discord real quick and tell the mods to go vote if they haven't yet. All right. Wow. It's neck and neck. Neck and neck. Neck and neck. I think what I'll do is probably I'll screenshot this poll Here's your sticker. Here's your sticker. Thanks for voting. But I think what I'll do is take a screenshot of the poll, and then I will make a poll on the community tab here momentarily, and we'll ask the same questions, and then add those votes to today's votes, and kind of go by there. But if you voted here, don't vote on the poll in the community tab. You know what I mean? So you don't get 2 votes. No, Margaret, you may not. What do I want to watch, Michelle? It would be a hard choice for me. Oh no, I'm sorry, Brenda. Hey, Cherie, if you see the poll in the chat, can you make a vote? Can you vote? Got a 3-way tie? Lord, it just keeps getting worse and worse. Lord, Lord. Okay, I got 9 votes now. I don't know that you can change your vote, Brenda and Michelle. I don't know that I don't know if you can. I don't know how to do it. Now there's 11 votes. Donnie, I know it was for a second. Now it's changed again. Yeah. It changed again. So have I, Michelle. But I mean, I totally want to watch it again. Miss King says, I like the older cases when we don't have interesting current cases. Yeah. You can't change it, Cherie? I didn't think so, but I wasn't positive. That judge was a hoot. 100% he was. Yeah. I remember thinking to myself, I think it's time. I think it's time. I don't know if he's retired now or not, but man, he was getting close to it, like it's closing time. You know? Last round, buddy. Last round. I just think it was time for him to be done. Right, Michelle? I loved when he would get mad, though. Michelle, I think he was, but I don't think that they proved it. I mean, for one, there's no body. I mean, not to say you can't get a guilty verdict on no body, but there was no body. I just don't feel like there was enough evidence. There was a lot of circumstantial, and you can go with that. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I know, Michelle. Yeah. The Zachariah Anderson one, Miss King. Good. Oh. Where's it at? Is it the same still? 12 votes. Well, the current winner is the husband poisoned with the insulin trial. That's the current winner. Michelle said that's my least favorite. Mm. Well, I mean, we still have time. I'm not calling it now. I think what I want to do, like I said, is um, take the poll and duplicate it into the community tab, and then hopefully get some votes from the community tab, and then add them together and see. I'll just have to make sure to take a screenshot of the poll before I end the stream today. Thank you, Kel. Thank you, Kel. So I guess if you do want to change your vote, then what I would suggest is vote in the poll on the community tab, but leave a comment there on that post on the community tab, which it's not up yet. I haven't posted it yet, but when I do, leave a comment there and let me know that you voted in the live chat, but you switched your vote from this to this, and I can subtract that tally from the live stream vote. You know what I'm saying? Aw, Brenda, that's sweet. She said, "Hey, Kelly, you hardworking sweetie, you. Proud of you." Michelle says, "You're being too easy to work with, Jenny." Sorry. Sorry. We have 13 votes. And it's tied between the Jason Chen trial and the husband poisoned with insulin trial. Wow. Hmm. What is today? Thursday? I think it's Thursday. Yeah. Do you guys already have plans for the weekend? What are your plans for the weekend? We don't have anything planned for the weekend, I don't think. Right, Kel? You can do a random number generator with a range of 1 to 2. Gail says, I have company coming. Well, yay. Michelle says, yeah, but nothing fun. Aw. Spin said, yes, I am partying all weekend. Yay. I hope you have lots of birthday cake. Create a new poll with just those two choices. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming I'll have more votes. Um, because if I make the new poll on the community tab, which I need to go do that. Let me go do that while I'm thinking about it. But I also need to find a da da dun dun da 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 dun da da dun dun da 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 dun. Okay, sorry, I'm looking for a photo. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Okay, I'll take that one. Save image. Save that one. And then I can come over here. And where did it go? Here we go. Oh, I love Phil Collins. Sorry, I had playlists of music popping up on my computer. Mm. Mm. All right, community. Ooh, cupcakes. Yum, spins. Yummy, yummy, yummy. If anybody's joined in the last few minutes, there is a poll in the chat to vote on whatever trial you would like to watch next. Um, okay. Where did it go? Here it is. Open. Sesame. Let me do a. I don't think it'll. You know what? It won't let me. I have to do a text poll. Daggone it. I don't know that it'll let me add an image. Okay. What were the choices I had up here again? Let me go look. Jason Chin. Husband poisoned. Trial. Current. And then I'm going to add 2 more options. Okay, and then one more. Eye drop. All right. That is posted. Now, copy. And I'm going to paste it into the chat here. Paste. There you go. Is a link to, I hope that link works, to my, okay, thanks, Kel. Spins, you think 4 is too many options? No, spins. No. I'm adding. This is just what I said. You must not have been here a minute ago. Hold on, let me turn my camera on. Okay, so just to clarify, what we talked about earlier was for those in the live chat, you vote here in the live chat. I'm posting a poll on the community tab for folks who aren't here in the live chat so that I can get their votes as well. However, there are a few people in the chat that said they wanted to change their vote, and so they can change their vote by going to the community tab and voting for the one they want. However, I told them to let me know in the chat, in the comment section, that they switched their vote so I could take away the, extra vote. Their first initial vote. You know what I mean? And then what I'll do is just add them all together. I'll add them up. I'll tally the votes for each particular one. And then we'll see. Oh, you did hear that? You were yeah. That's honey. I'm easily confused. I confused myself, so I'm sure I confuse other people. What's she accumulating? Michelle said, Brenda, we bought storage boxes to put in the basement. I have filled up 45 of them, and I still need more. Of what? Kel said just this weekend plans, just working, cleaning, and hopefully diamond painting. That sounds nice and relaxing. Probably continue to clean and sort stuff. I've already filled 6 large Glad bags, made up a medium-sized box of books to donate, and it still looks like a hoarder's mess in here. Oh no. I hate that. Yeah, see you later tonight, Spins. Happy birthday to ya. Junk. Yeah. I know, Michelle. I could do that. Mm. It's so easy to accumulate things, you know? It really is. It's easy to accumulate all the things, and then when you know, sometimes getting rid of stuff is like, it's like pulling teeth to throw things away. Like you can pick up any random, like, oh, here's a random hair tie. You know, what do I do with this? Put it in the drawer or in the basket up there with my million other hair ties, right? The only child on both sides and have had everyone's stuff inherited to me. Oh no. I know how that feels. Not that I'm not an only child. I have 3 siblings, but I know how it feels when you have all the family's things. 60 Bibles, I can't throw them away. What do you do with them all? Donate them? Send them to the Goodwill? I look at my sister's house. She has everything in its spot. It's so neat and tidy. I tell her it's because she doesn't diamond paint, right? It's very hard to let stuff go, Gail. Give some to local manners. Um, oh, they have family names on them. Well, I mean, I don't I don't think it really matters, you know, if they have family names on them. Oh, there's Gracie. Hi, Grace. Does a postal vote count? Um, sure, if you're sending yourself. I'll take a postal vote from you if you're sending yourself to me, Grace. Hi, Grace. Maybe black them out if you're concerned about privacy. And you have the same amount of hymnals to go with them. Wow. I personally couldn't throw a Bible in the trash, Michelle. That's just me. I mean, but you I think um places that would accept them wouldn't matter if they're engraved names on the covers. Well, I'm just saying, I think that places wouldn't care. If they're donated, they're not going to care. I mean, especially if they're going somewhere um, like a nursing homes or um, shelters, places like that, they're not going to care that they're engraved. Yeah, Brenda, maybe, well, jails, though, it depends on, are these family members like, you know, still living? Elder care services. They're all deceased. Okay, well, if they're all deceased, then send them to the jails. you know, I would just go through, um, well, if they're engraved, though, if they're engraved, there's really no blacking them out, Brenda, I don't think. Um, yeah, definitely well loved, right? I would think so. But I do like the shelters and the nursing homes idea. I'm going to make my kids deal with them after I'm gone. I decluttered everything else. Well, there you go. Gail said Jesse was a collector, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, DVDs, hard copies of video games, Lego books. Hey, Chaloon. Hi. How are you, ma'am? Miss Grace, are you driving to work, ma'am? Are you driving to work? And Brenda said, absolutely, Michelle. Solves that issue. Done. Yeah, I'd keep the ones with the family information and dates. I know, right, Chaloon? She said, hey, guys, husband poisoned with insulin. OMG. OMG. Let me go look at the 16. Well, the husband poisoned with insulin is the one that's winning currently. Let me go see what's happening on the community tab. I don't know that there's much going on over there. Yeah, there's only one vote. And I think that vote is Michelle. Previously voted for Anderson, now changed to Chin. Okay. That would be Michelle. Chaloon says, nice to see you and my crime family. I'm well. Had to step away from the rewatch trial, though. Oh, no worries, honey. We're glad it's over and done with. Brenda's trying a new mini rice cooker. I hope I measured everything correctly and don't end up with rice everywhere. Mickey, my sister, got something new. I think she called it a rice. What'd she call that? A rice egg or something? I don't know. Something she bought off TikTok, I think. She likes it, whatever it is. I don't know. She likes it, but I'm sure you can buy it anywhere. I mean, you don't think you have to buy it on TikTok, but Chaloon said, "Well, I vote for the insulin one because of personal reasons." Yikes. Grace said, "Driving," but hi to everyone who said, "G'day. I love you. Love you. Love you." Really, Gail? He makes Asian food all the time. I know, right, Chaloon? Chaloon says, "Nice to see Grace. A rare sighting these days." I know. I know. Well, I think what I'm gonna do is um Miss King, I checked in on her and she said that she hopes to be back next week. She's been busy. So, um she said she hoped to be back next week. So, I hope that we see her next week cuz we sure do miss her, right? I miss her wheeze. Wee. Dun 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 dun. Okay, got 4 votes now over here on the, and the one that's winning over here is the husband poisoned with the insulin trial. And which one is winning over here? Husband poisoned with insulin. Well, okay. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, I miss her and Lauren too. I know. One was you, Brenda. Yeah, I saw you left in the comments that you were wanting to switch to that one from the eye drop one. And Michelle previously voted for the Zach Anderson one and now wants to switch to the chin one. Um, so we have over here, we have 2 votes for the husband poisoned with insulin, and then 1 vote each for Jason Chin and eye drop. So now 17. QB voted. Yeah, I messaged in the mod chat and told her to make sure to vote, and she voted. I don't remember what her. I don't think she even told me what her vote was, to be honest. Um, God, I can't believe it's almost 3 o'clock. All right, folks. Sounds like insulin it is. That's the direction it's going. We're 17 votes here. And that's about the average of our viewership, you know. Hey Billy, have you voted in the chat yet? Because on average, this is about the average normal number. You know what I mean? Sometimes we'll have more, and then sometimes we'll have less. I think we're missing like some of the newer folks, like Kelly, Dog Mom. Which prayers for Dog Mom. Apparently, she's afraid she's got pneumonia. She went to the doctor, so waiting to hear from her. True, Miss King. Nothing's set in stone, right? Can always change if it's not interesting enough. I mean, we've done that before, right? Me too, Michelle. I hope they didn't like admit her or anything. Billy said, yes, I did. I voted for this one, the chin, but the other one that is ahead sounds good too. I'm up for any of them. Because to be honest, I've already seen 2 of them, right? And I'm up for what I will one of these days watch the other 2 with you guys on the channel, the older ones, the Zach Anderson and the I Drop Murder one. We'll watch those here on the channel together at some point. But we just finished the Brooks one. It was an older one. I'm kind of feeling like we need something a little fresh. As long as Billy says, as long as the defendant has a lawyer. I can't do another Brooks. Yeah, I know, right? I know. I'm happy you're back too, Chaloon. We miss you when you're gone. Yeah, not a child. True, Michelle. True, true, true. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll then. And I guess what we will do is too soon for something that heavy. Oh, yeah. Right. I'm going to end the poll. And grab a screenshot of it just in case I need it. In case I needs it. All right. I don't know if it's going to will it let me end a poll on the community tab? I don't know that it will. It just says delete. I can delete it, but do I need to? I don't think I have to, right? Sure thing, Gail. You have a good night, ma'am. You have a good night. I'm going to scooch on out of here. So, since we have our votes are in like Flynn. I think what I'm going to do is we've been pulling like late nights every night. I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and call it for today, and then tomorrow we'll start day one of the husband poisoned trial. And scooch through that. Get scooched on through it. And yeah, it's early. Well, I mean, it's 3 o'clock. Early for me. But I think that I'm going to go get some stuff done. And yeah, I got plenty of stuff I need to do around the house, to be honest. Yeah. Yep. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out with me. Yay, Chaloon. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad you'll be here. I'm glad you'll be here. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Probably about the same time that I was this morning. What time did I get that started? It was like 11:30, something like that. It's refreshing to not hear his voice, right, Billy? Lord have mercy. I know it. Oh, well. Well, oh, sorry. Didn't mean to pop my microphone. I'll go ahead and end this little chitter chat out, and I will see you guys back tomorrow then, okay? We'll, do tomorrow. Right, Morgana? Right? Here, let me find it. Here we go. Grounds. Grounds, 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 grounds. Here we go, though. We'll end with this. I love her so much. I love it. All right, you guys, I'll see you back tomorrow. Make sure to hit the thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe if you're new. Hashtag replay if you watch it later. And we'll be back tomorrow with catching up on day one of this Ponzi scheme. I'm still like, what? You know, I need more information on that. I don't know. But we'll be back tomorrow. You guys have a great rest of your Thursday, and I'll see you then. Bye.